Look out for this. Hey, is this your collection?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so move it out a little bit away so it doesn't get caught. When they reduce the height of this, it doesn't need anything anymore. Yeah. See, that's hold on to it. This thing is down.
There's people small enough that they were in the race. So, some from session, we got on Sunday, I don't know, it's someone's regularly singing. I just saw Rocket Jack. Devi Dasi Boy
Radha, Gokula Nanda, Srimati Tulsi Mata.
Darshan in 5 minutes. Which one is it? Oh, really? Gallery? Okay, so that's not too far from Green Mountain. You've been to Green Mountain? Well, you're nearly practically a Green Mountain. I just got back from 5 years in India. I only have one complaint against India.
What's the complaint? They'll tell you.
One
What
complaint.
complaint does he have?
Oh, you've heard it before. I've heard it more than once. Yeah, I'm like, I don't know. I can't remember where I am or who I'm talking to.
We just love hearing you. You
But
speak
it's
so
funny,
well. We
because
like
well,
to
but
hear
she was occupied, and that's why he came to India. He saw it. Under the direction of his guru and the entire Parampara, he could see. The people in the Western world are jeopardizing their life on the planet because they're behaving better than animals. So okay, for an animal to behave like an animal, but when people start to behave like animals, you have a real dangerous condition on the planet. So please forgive me, now it's all coming back to me. I'm Sarbo. How about your name? I'm not young.
We'd like to do the Dasi because one time you had us all sit down.
Oh, and your son,
Yeah.
that was actually the first time I did that. So you were my inspiration and continue to do that, when people,
Prabhupada ki Jai Vishnu Pahad Paramahams Parvikacharas Katar Sadhu Shishmana Samayri Shila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Maran Prabhupada Thakur Ananta Koti Vaishnava Namacharya Shri Haridas Thakur Hayam Shri Lord Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Shiva Sari Gora Bhaktavindi Harinam Sankirtan Shri Shri Hare Krishna Govinda Shri Radha Mathura Shri Chandra Radha Devaya Purna Vita Purushottam Satya Jagannath Shri Shri Govinda Govinda Samaya Bhaktavindi all glories to Samaya all glories Shri Shri Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Kritaya
Bye.
Namaste Narasimhaya. Namaste Narasimhaya. Namaste Narasimhaya. Namaste
So, we're going to have a little more chanting today now. Instead of the class, there's two devotees in the community that passed away. And I think they passed away a day apart. That's Bhakta George, whoever it is, the lot, and Madhava Shakti, this was stepmother, and Bhakta George's sister is right here, ladies standing up right here. And so we're going to do a little more chanting, wait for a little more people to get here. If anybody wants to say anything about Bhakta George or Madhava Shakti, then we're going to talk a little bit later when there's more devotees here that in remembrance or at the table together on a Sunday feast, and a free feast, and by, I guess, fate would have it, they passed away a day apart. So anyway, we're gonna do some more chanting, and we're gonna start talking about devotees. When more devotees come and more devotees could be here, if anyone wants to say anything. And so we're just gonna have more chanting and wait for more of the congregation members to come. All right? So, thank you.
Shri Prabhupada ki
Jai.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Hare
Hare Krishna. So, Hare Krishna, everybody. Welcome to the temple. So, today we're doing something a little different. There were two devotees that passed away last week. Dr. George and Madhava Shakti. So we're gonna, anybody like to say anything about the devotees? Anybody that knew them? Try to get everybody attention. So, Dr. George's children are here, even though they're not no children, they're still their children, his children. Got their brother, James, and the sister, and his daughter, Lisa. So you got George's brother and sister here, they're going to say something. I guess they want me to pretty much start the whole thing. It's kind of a bittersweet occasion when a devotee passes away. The bitter thing is that we're going to miss them. I know personally, I knew George for a long time, and even though he wasn't formally initiated, we considered him a devotee. And he was a big man in size, and I always refer to him as the gentle giant. I'm going to miss his humor, and he's always had a very good spirit about him, and he was very gentle by nature. And I know this year at the Yatra, I asked him to be a wheel guard, and he did a good job. He used to always say to every devotee, "You're my favorite devotee." He said to every devotee. So, I'm going to miss him a lot. And this is one reason that we should always be kind to each other. if you don't, even for somebody that doesn't like somebody, you never want to leave this world with a grudge against anybody, or vice versa. So we should always treat each other, we should always treat everyone you know, and everyone you meet with dignity and respect, because everybody's spirit soul, everybody's somebody, everybody's spirit soul. So I guess we'll have these, if they would like, the daughter Lisa and the son James, they're going to say a couple words about their dad. Oh, Bahusha, you want to say something? Go ahead. Bahusha, who's going to say something, and then we'll have the daughter and his son, and any devotees that want to say anything. After that, they're welcome to. Then we're going to speak about Madhava Shakti, which is how he restores the mother.
Sorry I have to put in here, but I'm on the altar, so time is of the essence. But George was very wonderful. He was a jolly giant, and whenever he would come in here, I'd always know he was here when I'm on the altar. He'd go, Hare Krishna! 10 times the volume of anyone else. I was like, George is... So it was always very nice to remember that about him, how he was so full of life for Krishna's name. That was very much appreciated. Also, George was #1 man for eucalyptus oil. He used to always bring eucalyptus oil for the deities in big glass, brown containers. And then as time went on, then also he'd bring other containers of eucalyptus oil. With Tulsi Devi also, our Tulsi Devi house out back, our sacred treasured plant that we have. She actually was taken care of by George. He would buy pots so that she could be transferred. So he'd always buy pots, he'd buy things for her. George would also bring many things. I'd see him bring boga. Boga is like food to be offered to the deities and things like that. And he'd always come into there. And Jagat Swami was right. He'd always say, "You're my favorite devotee." So he'd see me go, "You're my favorite pujari." But George is like it. He just wanted to make you feel good. So that's very nice of him. Also, George had a very big heart. And that also, he was very aware of when he may pass, because in the last days here, he was coming here quite often. He was coming here a lot. So then, I thought, oh, you should see George maybe on the weekend or maybe at night once or twice. But actually, he was coming here every day, practically. So the thing is that, George was just very big-hearted like that, and very wonderful to remember. I have very fond memories of him. Hare Krishna, thank you.
Another thing that George used to do is that he used to always supply all the needles and thread for the garlands for Rati Yatra, because we have to, decorate the chariot, decorate the deities, and the garlands for Srila Prabhupada, and garland for the deities, and also for the chariot. And we have a beautiful deity tent. And he used to always supply all the needles and thread for him. Lisa and James, do you want other devotees to talk about before you talk about your dad? Would you, Lisa and James? Would you like some other devotees to talk about your father before you talk, or would you like to talk before? It's up to you. Would you like to say something now or after? It's up to you. Okay, this is Dr. George's son, James. So,
hello to all the, congregation here. I don't quite know what it's called, but I wish I had a prepared speech for this. Well, this is really good sound quality. How can I sum up my feelings for my father? He was on a very difficult path from childhood. He had a rocky time in his life with his father. His mother passed away when he was, I think, in his 20s. And he was not on the path of what you would call the way to Krishna consciousness. But he came to understand that that was the path that he was the most appropriate for, and it was most appropriate for him to follow. And he, from Pittsburgh, which is Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, not Pittsburgh, California. He was, a lot of people have asked me this. He made many trips to this Temple of Gold facility that is in Wheeling, West Virginia. And he took comfort from that. But there wasn't a lot of places where he was understood in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And so he made his trek out west to California here, where there was all this. And so he settled in Oakland and stayed here and became a devotee, as an honorary devotee, I guess. But he always expressed his respect, especially for Lord Ganesh. And I think that was his kind of focus of the various avatars of Krishna. And so he had a small personal shrine to Ganesh. And when he would go sometimes to visit my sister and I in Pittsburgh, he'd travel to the Temple of Gold in West Virginia, and he would kind of pay his respects. There's a giant Ganesh statue near a lake there, and he would kind of pay his respects there. So, but he did find comfort from this community, and he found acceptance, and he found service. And I think that's all that you can ask for from someone who's a devotee. Because of him, I found my own path through Buddhism. And one of the, someone was telling me here earlier, it's all pearls from the same strand. And it kind of had a lot of meaning for me. And I appreciate that earlier when we talked. Thank you very much. And I guess I appreciate that this was all put together, Tom, to assist my father. And I guess that's all that's coming to mind for me to say. Hare Krishna.
His daughter, Lisa, you like to say something, Lisa? She doesn't want to say something. I know how you feel, because I lost my life for all this, so I know it's kind of hard to talk. Okay, so, Chintamani is going to say something. Anybody's welcome to say anything at New George or Madhava Shakti. Anybody's welcome to say open mic. And then Sean's going to say something. Anybody, everybody's welcome to say something in honor of two devotees that passed away.
Well, I'm a horrible public speaker, and I wish I would have jotted these things down. But I met George over 14 years ago, right before he had his first major heart attack. And my husband had actually known him in Pittsburgh like 30-some years. He's been a devotee for like 40-some years. And the thing that has astounded me, I knew George was like this, but after I went to his memorial the other day, there were 100 devotees there. And George was put on this planet to be a quiet preacher. He was doing so much preaching that I had no idea, and I don't think anyone knows how much preaching he was doing. Person after person after person got up there and was saying how George helped them. He was a counselor for drug addicts and alcoholics and whoever had a problem. And he was saying how he would help them. They could go on a drinking binge for 2 weeks and he would open up his arms and embrace them. And so many people got up there and said how he told them to come to the Hare Krishna temple. For so many years he was bringing people, and he was smart. He knew the people to invite and the people not to. And so George was, I just wish I could be a preacher like George. So that's all I wanted anyone, because I realized this and I want everybody else to realize it. he was doing so much preaching that I know he went somewhere really big time. Okay. Yeah. Well, first, I'm really happy to meet George's son and daughter because he spoke often about you. And for many years, I had a Thursday program at my house where we would all get together and chant. And all the people on the street, on Blake Street, you know, would hear this loud kirtan every Thursday. They knew it was going on. And one of the best singers of that program, he came faithfully every Thursday. He gave me a $20 donation for the food, and he would just love it and sing so loud. And I do want to sing his favorite Hare Krishna tune, which he sang very blissfully with heart and soul. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. And he would say, oh, I feel so good singing that. Oh, I'm not exaggerating. You think I'm exaggerating, but I'm not. He did that. I feel so good. Oh, and then he would actually cry. He said, this mantra makes me cry. I love it. And he would come in the temple room and just chant really loud, heart and soul. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Just unbelievable bliss. And, you know, in the scriptures it says God has as many names as waves in the ocean. So George was very attracted to Krishna consciousness because he had love for all the creation, and he used to say that includes the animals. So he was a very, very loved Prashadam, and I was always honored. He always liked my cooking, and he was just, and the nice thing I really liked about George was he would say, did anybody today tell you they love you? Well, I love you. He would talk like that. Just so much personalism and love, and I really am an advocate myself of the 12-step program that he was such a good member of, because it says in that program, whatever name your higher power, you pray to your higher power, and that program is so important to be a God-conscious person because it makes you look at your heart and soul and forgive others and ask others for forgiveness. And it's a wonderful program, and I think George was a truly God-conscious person, and a true lover of the Lord. And I'm sure that he's in a divine place. And they say that when you're born, there's people waiting for you in the delivery room. So when you leave your body, there's also beings waiting to greet you on the other end. So I'm sure he had some very fine angels waiting for him. So thank you for both of you for coming. That really helps all of us. Thank you so much. And
Who else wants to say Jai Das, Guruntaj, Hare Krishna? Shagari, anybody wants to say something about George?
I'd like to say something about George right now. And I also went to that meeting Friday, not a meeting, I should say, the memorial for George, Dr. George. And I was very impressed also because there was like, when I arrived, there was at least 50, 60 people, as Mother Shintamani said, there was about 100 people there before I came. And all these people were testifying, they were giving witness to how Dr. George had helped them. These were like recovering addicts and alcoholics. And they all said how George had came, Dr. George had came and touched their lives and had saved them one way or the other. And somehow or another he introduced them to Krishna consciousness or God consciousness, either Krishna or their higher power. And, you know, I mean, they all were like from the heart. You know, George had somehow or another saved them. And so it was very impressive. And as Mother Shintani said, he did a lot of preaching. A lot of preaching. Because these people were actually, he somehow or another helped turn their lives around. And when you're a sponsor for someone, that means that these people on the verge are either, you know, they could end their life or this or that, and they need someone to do, and instead of turning to drugs or this or that, or suicide, they turn to the sponsor. George was that person. And he had 20, 30, so many people that would turn to him in this way. And he was actually giving them and turning them to Krishna. And so this was really, really, like I said, it was very nice. And I used to think that I was the only one that he was saying, "You're my favorite devotee." You know what I mean? Now I found out he was saying this to everyone. You know what I mean? That's how he was. You know? But that's it. I mean, he was unique like that. And another good thing is that he was very lively and he had a good personality. And I found out also, too, during the Rath Yatras, when I was managing here also, we were like in need for needles for the Rath Yatra. And he knew the spots to go. He would actually go to San Francisco. He had this place where he could get the special thread to stream the gardens for the deities. And he would do this every year. This was his service. He would do this to make sure the garlands were strung for the deities. You see, he was in the background. No one even knew he did this. He didn't get any credit for this. You know, he just did this silent service in the background. This is what he did. Just like when he came to the temple, he never said, "Oh yeah, I'm a counselor. I'm a substance abuse counselor, and I'm sponsoring all these people, and I'm helping these people on drugs." And he never even mentioned this. You come to the temple and so forth. And, you just knew that he was a good devotee. He was, very blissful and joyful. But you never knew he was doing all this other service in the background, all this other preaching. And I remember when George started playing the drum. That was very, his heart was really into it. I remember when he first got his drum and so forth. And so every Sunday he would bring his drum and he really started picking it up, and started getting into his drum and chanting with his drum and everything. So it was nice. He would get into the kirtan, and so his heart was really into that, and learning the drum and playing the mridanga. And so he and my stepmom, as you might have heard, Madhava Shakti and my stepmom, him and George, they were like at the back table every Sunday. If you were used to coming to the temple, they were both at that back table in the corner there, taking prasadam. They both were the lively souls back there, and asking for what's more prasadam, Rita Halava, this and that. That was them back there. And so they could relate too. Anyone who came to the temple, it didn't matter who they were, from Telegraph or somebody was like a little outlandish, a little outrageous, or this or that, it didn't matter. Because George and my stepmom, they seen everything. They could handle anybody. They were baby boomers from the 60s, the whole thing. They could handle anyone and deal with anyone. They were parents. have some Java beads. If they didn't have Java beads, she'd go buy them. And she'd give them a pair of Java beads. Or if they didn't have a Bhakti Gita, she would give them a Bhakti Gita herself. She would do that type of thing. And in this way, I'm sure George did the same type of thing himself. So this is the type of devotees they were. And so it was Krishna's arrangement that they both passed a day apart. She passed on Friday, Dr. George passed the next day on Saturday. And they were both very close devotees themselves. So anyway, I just wanted to mention that about George because if anyone else wants to say anything about Dr. George, you can, because then we're going to have a little say on Madhava Shakti. So I don't want to just take the whole floor for Dr. George. Is there anybody else who would like to say something about Dr. George?
Yeah, really quick, if I can do it in 30 seconds. I belong to another circle, MDI Men's Visions International, and one of the things that we say is embrace all men. And I tried getting George over the years to come to a meeting, and he did. He goes, I ain't doing no jumping jacks, which I thought was pretty funny. And I always invited him. But looking back on it, thinking about him in the past, really looking at Buddy, he was an epitome of bracing all men. And I am truly grateful to have known that man, and I'm truly grateful that he brought me here. And I'm grateful to be here tonight to experience what he loved. And so with that, I speak for a lot of people when I say we love Buddy J, Dr. George Jenkins. He is in our hearts, and he will always be with us. And truly, he was a great man and a great leader. Thank you.
Anybody else? I just had a flashback about George. I looked at his son, I thought that was George. I guess you lived through your father, his son was too far. I just looked at him for a second and said, wow, there's Bhakti George right there, but you look so much like your dad, God bless you. So, okay. Bhakta, you want to say something, or anybody else? No, we'll start talking about Deepak, you want to say something about George, or anybody that wants to?
One other funny thing he said one time. George, when he was at my program, he goes, well, one thing's for sure, because I'm really short. He goes, I never want to be born again short. I thought it was really funny.
You used to always say to anybody say they love you today? So, anyway, I've had many conversations with George. He called me up a lot. He wanted to talk to me about certain things, about life, about death. I had told him, we all know that's going to come, but let's not pretty much meditate on it so much, because I know a few years ago he was calling me and he was telling me he felt he was going to pass away, and I guess he wanted me to kind of help him, counsel him in that way, and I had said, the time of death's going to come for us all, but I've always said this to devotees. Some devotees talk about it too much, and we shouldn't be talking about it so much, because we know it's going to come, but like they say nowadays, don't worry, or don't trip on it, like they say now, don't trip, right? So let's not trip on it so much, and just think positive. We have many good times before us. I've been organizing Radha Yatra for 40 years, and I'm hoping maybe if I reach 100, I'll still organize it. So let's just, think about the positive things, and just not really, don't let it be a handicap to you. Don't keep thinking about it so much. This is what I was talking about to Bhakti George about it, because he was really, kind of opening it up to me, so to speak. A few years ago, he was calling me up a lot, and he was very concerned about it. So, but anyway, the spirit's eternal. The body is just material. The spirit's eternal. We know. So the body is just an empty shell, and we're spirit soul destined to grow old, but the spirit goes on. So, so you want to say something about? You want to say something, Natalia, about George? You want to say something? No, Natalia, you can say something. Then I guess we'll start talking about I was sort of stepmother, Madhava Shakti.
Hare Krishna. Well, as we all say, it is our loss and his gain. And hopefully he's in a better place. One thing that I want to share with all of you, as most of you remember, I used to do lots of fundraising. George will always say, Mataji, this is going to go toward my credit. So remember that, pray to Krishna, that I can go back home, back to Godhead. So when we did the fundraising event for the roof, whatever he could, he was able to give. So each time when we have any functions, any appearance day or disappearance day, he was always able to contribute whatever he could. The last time that I know that I spoke to him, that he said he went to New Vrindavan. He told me, did you know I went? I think it was in July. And he said he had such a good time in New Vrindavan temple. You see, he just sat down in front of Lord, what's it called, Radha Vrindavan Chandra. And he said, I just chanted my round over there and I found myself very peaceful. So I thought that was very nice, very, very nice. And I said, how did you get there? I said, I got right, I know people, so I can just make arrangement, I can just go. So it was a very, very good to know him. He, as you all know, he will laugh very loud for anything that when we say something he thinks is funny, George is around. So he will be laughing very loud and telling you what he thought. And he never kept to himself what he thought about something. He will speak up. So that was very nice, you find something that even if you didn't find it funny, you found it funny, it will make you laugh about it. So that is very, very good. And he's going to be really missed here, I think, among all the devotees. And thank you, George. We hope you are in a better situation. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Everybody that's standing up, you're welcome to come in. Come on in. Everybody, don't turn around. I mean you. Everybody that's standing there, don't come on in. Sit down, and there's mats right there. You can sit on the mat. Come on in, everybody. So now, Hari Prasad is going to show a little video about his stepmother.
What we'll do first is that maybe we'll speak. Anyone would like to say something, and then we'll just end it with the.
Okay. You want to say something?
Yeah, go ahead. I can end it. Whoever would like to say something about memory of Madhava Shakti, and please just go ahead and say something, some memory you have of her, and then I'll say something, then we'll have the meeting.
Who here wants to say something about Madhava Shakti? Raise your hand. Raise your hand. Okay. The only thing I want to say is that she's always said was the best friends, her friend. And she'd always stick up for me too.
Right.
She'd actually beat somebody up for me if she had to.
Yeah, I can tell that story.
I'm not fooling either, I mean it.
Yeah.
So this shaman's going to say something about Madhava Shakti. And one thing I want to say too is that about her stepson, Ivasola, that he took care of his mother, his biological mother, and to the day she passed away. And he also took care of his stepmother to the day she passed away, as well as his father. So Ivasola has got a really beautiful devotee, he's got a really beautiful heart, because our parents take care of us when we're babies. They change our diapers, and then when they get old, we might have to change their diapers. Think about it, So it's very honorable that Ivasola not only took care of his biological mother, but also took care of his stepmother. So I really, he's been my godbrother and my friend for years and years, and I really admire him for being so kind and having a big heart.
Well, I want to thank Hari Vasai for giving me the opportunity to prepare Madhava Shakti's body before the cremation. And I thought it was quite an amazing phenomena, whatever, how it was Radharani's appearance day. So there were the most gorgeous, beautiful Mother Hansa's work, garlands, beautiful roses, so many roses, just spectacular. So in preparing her body, one thing she really liked was the mood of the gopis. She liked a lot of jewels, and she used to tell me, because she always knew I liked these rings and things, bring me your jewels, She would always tell me that. And so I didn't know that I was going to be the one to do that for her, so that was really amazing. She wanted to have her last scene with gopi dots, and so I painted her face and everything like that. And it was just amazing, because so many times, for so much, I wouldn't come on Sunday here to the temple for different reasons. And she was very sensitive. And I wouldn't see her for months, but she would leave me a message on my phone. We miss you. Where are you? When are you going to come here? We love you. She would just leave me. And then she'd say, give me a ringy-dingy, will you? It was really funny. And it was just amazing how I thought, wow, and I must say, I wasn't nice, because I didn't really call her back. And that wasn't nice of me. I really regret that. But I think she knew, it was just some connection, because how did I know I would be the person to do that for her? But I have to say, the sensitivity and the psychic kind of intuition, because I was having a lot of problems over those years, and I never said it, but somehow she knew it, and she would send me these beautiful messages, and no one else ever sent me any messages. I mean, I was like so amazed how anybody could read my mind like that, it was just pretty amazing. So I think I'm glad I was able to do some service for her, and like I said, being the great sweetheart that she had, Radharani rewarded her with all Radharani's garlands, just draped all over her. And I did think it was a very peaceful feeling that I got looking at her. And it was like, this journey has come to an end, and her body, pushed into the fire. And we had a wonderful kirtan and a wonderful send-off. So I think that for sure she's dear with Krishna, probably dancing with the gopis and all her beautiful ornaments. So I thank you for giving me that opportunity. And thank you, Krishna. Hare Krishna.
Madhava Shakti was always very, very kind to me. And she always made me feel like she was my friend and that she liked me. And it was interesting what Shana said. She reminded me this about her. She was actually very, very philosophical. When she would think about something, it wasn't on the surface. There was always something very deep behind it. And there's so many other nice qualities that I'm sure that if I took the time and I could present, my feelings about her better. But anyway, she was a wonderful person, and the devotees just lost two really colorful personalities, just the most colorful devotees. So.
Shakti when she was in her 30s. And at that time, I was a devotee. She was not a devotee at that time. She came upon Krishna consciousness in the 1970s, in LA, on her own. I never knew that she knew about Krishna consciousness. And she told me that she used to see me chanting on Telegraph because we started the Berkeley Temple in 1969. Hansaduda, a few of Makanlao, a few of Narayana, Chisagunanda. We started the Berkeley Temple in 1969. She used to see me chanting, I think around 1970, up on Telegraph Avenue, 1970, 1971. And she told me, yeah, I just see you chant in front of the campus there. I was a hippie. And I used to come to the Sunday feast up on Durant Street. And you used to give me prashad. And so forth. And I never knew. I never realized that but she remembered me back then. She used to have an apartment up here on Telegraph, up here on, where the street goes up, I think it's Durant, Telegraph. She pointed out the building. She used to have an apartment there, and she would come up to the temple. And so that was her first contact with Krishna consciousness when we used to chant up on Telegraph. And she would come to the Berkeley Temple there. Then later she went to came to the LA Temple. So in this way, I never knew she had this background in Krishna consciousness, that she had sort of met me at the temple years ago and saw me chanting on the streets, and then had gone to the LA Temple. And when I had came back from Hawaii, I was in Hawaii 20 years. I went to Hawaii in 1975 and came back in 1995. That's when I came to the Berkeley Temple here. And at that time, she was with my father. And so I thought I told her that I was involved in Krishna consciousness, and I'm thinking, oh boy, I'm going to have to try to. A lot of my family, they were kind of not into Krishna. They were, Christians, and they were kind of, they weren't open to Krishna so much. So I'm thinking, boy, Krishna and so forth. And she would tell me, yeah, you know, I used to go to the temple in LA. I used to help with the deity worship. I was living with the Brahmachari in the temple. And I helped, you know, get the deity clothes together and all these things in LA. And I remember seeing you back on Telegraph. And, you know, I was thinking, wow, this definitely must be Krishna's arrangement. Plus, she married my father. So this must be Krishna's arrangement that, you know, here I am connected with her. So, when my father passed away, she kind of almost had a nervous breakdown. She was very attached to my father. And his death was such a big blow to her, she practically had a breakdown. And so she went into a boarding care home. And my sister and them, also she was being exploited by a doctor. She had some depression, and there was a doctor that she had who was prescribing all these drugs to her that she didn't need, and he was making money off of her, giving her these drugs. And I had found out about this. And in this boarding care home, they were also taking advantage of her. They were taking all of her money, and they were not giving her any of the things that she needed. And it was really exploitation. I found out about this, and I brought her back. She was not living in the house that my father had left. I had moved into the house. She had moved out. And I went and took her out of this boarding care home and brought her back to the house that my father had, and I started taking care of her. I found out about this doctor. I took her off this, I had her get off all this medication that he had her on. She was all toothed up and drugged up all the time. And, you know, my sisters and brothers, they were thinking that, well, she must be, you know, moving it off, you know, because they were thinking that this was her. But actually, they had on all this phenobarbital, this and that, and it wasn't her, it was the drugs she was on. So after she was off all these drugs, she was very, very advanced, very intelligent. But they did not know this. See, they were thinking, oh, she must be, you know, retarded or this or that. No, so they did not know. And so, it turned out she was actually a devotee, and she was actually an advanced soul. So, I just started taking care of my stepmom, and anyway, so at that time, so we started coming to the temple and so forth. So this just gradually, over the years, so I was with my stepmom, like I said, roughly about 18 years. And she developed a Krishna consciousness. She has like Shakti says, she's very philosophical. She would always come to me with questions about Krishna consciousness, the philosophy. So she came to understand the philosophy very well. She studied all the time. She's always reading Bhagavad Gita. She's always distributing Bhagavad Gita. She would buy books of Bhagavad Gita. She would buy little books from Bhakta David, who was actually got initiated at Dina Bhakta Guru Das, one of Lalita's husband. When he would go to LA and so forth, or when we go to LA, she would buy little small books and she would distribute them. She would actually give out Bhagavad Gita. She would buy books. She's on a set income. Social Security, she would still buy little books of boxes of Bhagavad Gita or small books, and she would hand them out. And I would say, that's good that you're giving out this Bhagavad Gita, but try to get a donation. Try to engage people with their money. Prabhupada says people are spending money, get them to use their money for Krishna also. So I would tell her like this. It's good to give them out free, but get people to engage their money also. So she would do this. But she was very, very sincere, very good-hearted, very pure-hearted. She would give her last to whoever. That's how she was. If somebody didn't have a place to stay, she would invite people to come to stay. She would come to the temple here, and she'd see homeless people. She'd be inviting them to come to the house. I'd be telling her, probably you can't invite everybody to come stay at the house, you know, because we got a small house. We can't, you know, she's just open-hearted like that, you know. That was her. A very good devotee. She was with my father and so forth, and she went through a lot. Her life was rough in the beginning. Her mom was very abusive. Her mom was very abusive. Her mom used to hit her and so forth, and very, very rough childhood. Her father was very nice though, and so she was very good with her children. why Krishna basically took her out of her body, because so much pain she was going through. But she was such a good devotee, and she was a very good example to me. She was going through so much pain, but she would not even complain about it. And she says, I don't want to bother you with this pain that I'm going through, because I'm in pain all the time. And I don't want to, put you in distress, because I'm always in pain. She was in arthritis, she had arthritis, and so forth. And you could see her going around the temple with her walker. She loved Tulsi water. She loved Tulsi. She said she was Krishna's mother. She was Tulsi's mother. This was her relationship with Krishna. Even with her walker, she would go back and get a bottle of Tulsi. She could walk to the temple with a bottle of Tulsi, walk on her water. That was her, And so anyway, she was always very pleasant, very kind-hearted, and very sweet person. And she loved my mother. When my mom passed away, my birth mom passed away January 4th this year. She used to call my mom all the time and talk about the Bible. Mother was Shakti. She knew the Bible very well. Before she became a devotee, she was into Christianity. She knew the Bible very, very well, and she would have classes with my mom. My mom was also a reverend, and my grandfather was also a reverend. And but they would always have classes, and they'd get on the phone and they'd talk about the Bible. And Madhava Shakti would help my mom, because my mom, when she was becoming a minister, she would go and she would study and so forth. So before she became an ordained minister, she had to go to these tests and so forth. So Madhava Shakti would actually help her study my mom. So when my mom passed away, Madhava Shakti was still saying that she would cry when she think about my mom. This was like months later. This happened this year. So she was very sensitive. She had a deep love for my mother, Madhava Shakti. And she was very sensitive, and she was very psychic also. She was very psychic. And just like Mother Shama was saying, she would call me, and she would be asking about Mother Shama. She would think about Mother Shama, right here, different devotees. So she was very psychic. She was very feeling about different devotees. She always would tell me about different devotees. And different devotees. She had, feelings. She always would tell me about these different devotees. And she called Raj Prabhu and asked me, does he need any material for the temple? And different things. She's very thoughtful, with different devotees. She's always calling me, and asking me how I'm doing this and whatever. And I have some new messages to do. And temple phone too, And before she passed away, I was cleaning my phone and I said, well, I get to raise these because I was thinking that she's going to be around, that the Lord's going to keep her here. This is just before she passed. And then, after she passed, I saved a few of her messages, and I'm glad I did that she had passed. And I'm saying, I'm glad I've saved this. I have something to remember, her voice and what she used to say, these different things, But, so we're all going to miss her, She's unique, She's like, I was realizing she was like my best friend, she was like my mother, and she was a devotee also. I could always go to her and talk to her about Krishna, this and that. We would go to LA every year, and that was a big thing for us. That was our big vacation, Instead of going to India, we go to LA for about a year. So it was a big thing. And she loved shopping, coming to this store every Sunday. That was her big thing, So these were the things that kept her going. And she loved devotees. She loved the devotees. That's one of the things she wanted to get out of the hospital for. She was suffering with cancer, but she wanted to get back. Even in her last days, she wanted to come back so she could come to the devotees at the temple. She was saying this even when she was in the last week. She was saying, well, maybe I could just come even in a wheelchair. I could come to the devotees. So she really loved Krishna. She really loved Prabhupada. She really loved the devotees. Her spiritual master was Jai Pataka. She was initiated on Ekadasi.
of the Sacramento at Mother Shaitanya's house. And this is one important thing I like to say too. Mother Madhava Singh, who's sitting right here, wearing white, took Madhava Shakti under her wing years ago. And she always talked about how, more or less, Madhava Singh trained her up. And she would always talk about how Madhava Singh helped her in training. So she always asked about how is Madhava Singh right here. So she always asked about Madhava Singh even when she was in the hospital. She almost to her deathbed. So Madhava Singh right here was a big part of her life right here too. So I like to mention that too. Madhava Singh. So she knew Madhava Singh all the way back to the 70s. And she knew Jayananda too very well. Yeah, she knew Jayananda. So she was a very special soul. So I guess we're, so let me put, can I put on the, okay, I'm going to put it on right now, okay, so we're out of time. So anyway, thank you for letting me share this with you. And it's not very long. We're going to kill the lights.
Spiritual master receives benediction direct from the ocean of mercy above, like rain pouring down on the forest fire blazing, passing it out with no effort at all. So my master's mercy falls down on his servant, ending the fire of my material life. To the divine lotus feet of my spiritual master, I bow with deep respect and feelings of love. My master is no ocean of divine qualities, surrendered to the Lord Shri Shri Ganesha. Chanting Hare Krishna, dancing in ecstasy, singing and playing various instruments. The spiritual master is bending people out, his body erupts with ecstatic symptoms, his tears pouring down, hair standing on end. He appears to be just like one who is mad. To the divine lotus feet of my spiritual master, I bow with deep respect and feelings of love. My master is no ocean of divine qualities, surrendered to the Lord Shri Shri Ganesha. The spiritual master worships the deities of the divine worshipers, Shri Radha Krishna, attentive disciples, assist as they dress them with beautiful clothes and good ornaments. To the divine lotus feet of my spiritual master, I bow with deep respect and feelings of love. My master is an ocean of divine qualities, surrendered to the Lord Shri Shri Ganesha. The spiritual master offers Shri Krishna 4 kinds of food stones, you drink chula kosa. The spiritual spiritual master feels full satisfaction, seeing devotees enjoy Bhagavad Prasad. The divine lotus feet of my spiritual master, I bow with deep respect and feelings of love. My master is no show of the divine qualities. Surrender to the Lord Shri Shri Ganesha. The spiritual master loves hearing and chanting about the conjugal pastimes of Radha Madhava. Their qualities links, forms and exchanges are relished by him each and every moment. To the divine lotus feet of my spiritual master, I bow with deep respect and feelings of love. My master is no show of the divine qualities. Surrender to the Lord Shri Shri Ganesha. The spiritual master assists in planning the conjugal pastimes of Sri Yuga Kishore. Because he's so expert in such tasteful arrangements, he's so very dear to Sri Sri Radha Krishna. To the divine lotus feet of my spiritual master, I bow with deep respect and feelings of love. My master is no show of divine qualities. Surrender to the Lord Shri Shri Ganesha. The spiritual master is declared by the scriptures and full of the saints just as the Lord himself. He is to be worshipped on a level with Krishna, his manifest nature no different from God. To the divine lotus feet of my spiritual master, I bow with deep respect and feelings of love. My master is no show of the divine qualities. Surrender to the Lord Shri Shri Ganesha. By Guru's mercy, we are favored by Krishna. Without his grace, we have no hope at all. 3 times every day, in deep meditation, I focus my heart on his divine lotus feet. To the divine lotus feet of my spiritual master, I bow with deep respect and feelings of love. My master is no show of the divine qualities. Surrender to the Lord Shri Shri Ganesha. Recite with attention during Brahma Muhurta, and you're sure to attain your spiritual form in which to serve the lotus feet of Krishna, the life and soul of Vrindavan. To the divine lotus feet of my spiritual master, I bow with deep respect and feelings of love. My master is no show of the surrender to the Lord, Sri Sri Ganesha.
Madhava, Shakti, they both preach the Bhakti Gita. The Krishna said there's no one that is here unto me as one who is my creature. So we can understand that both of them are creatures. So Krishna is taking them on. They'll be still preaching. They're going to be still Krishna service. There's nothing that's lost. They're going to be going into continuing the emotional service to the Lord. And they're going to be just as happy, just as blissful. And so, anyway, so we can all feel confident in this. And so, they're very auspicious, very auspicious. Because Mother Shakti was saying, we send Mother Shakti off, just like we have to notice, Mother Money for and now the offering to her is going to be our Sri Bhakti. So anyway, let's get an example for us. We're all going to be our bodies. Everyone's going to have, everyone has a birthday, everyone has a death day. Let us prepare for our death day. Prabhupada has given us this mercy of knowing, giving us notice. So let's prepare for that day by being conscious in the now. So, and death will all be successful. So we can also provide that holy Godhead, life and mercy, and so anyway, thank you very much for sharing this with these great souls, these great sincere devotees, great hearts, loving hearts. So let us give our thanks and glories and blessings to Bhakti George and Madhava Shakti and Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Thank you. So, anyway, thank you.
Gracias.
Shiva Okay. 9-1.